All right, I should be streaming now, and hopefully everything is working. Let me double check the chats to make sure everything is pulling up correctly. Okay, my multi-chat thing looks like it's working now. The activity feed, though, does not look like it's working. It only is doing the Twitch, but that's okay. That is more than enough. I can pop that out. And then just keep YouTube for views so I can see when people are on YouTube. And then otherwise, we got everything. Yeah, okay. But I can at least see the multi-chat now, so I can see everybody chatting. Let me make that bigger, since I now have that working for both. Before I used to have both of the chats separate, but now I can have them both the same, which will be good. And then I just have the concurrent viewers, which I can eventually get. All right, and then let me just post real quick on the new live streaming channel. All right, let me just get that going. Twitch channel. Okay. Okay, everything looks pretty good now. All right, so I have done some work off camera. Sometimes it's a little bit more chill to do so. Basically, I have decided for right now to stop doing the level editor that I was doing in the last stream, just because of how hard it was to select objects. I knew that this was an option before to do an SDK. So basically, I give players a version of Godot, a specific version of Godot that also has my information in it. They download that. There'd be like a repository on GitHub or something like that. It would have some instructions of, okay, you need to have inside of level, you need to have your non-editable stuff, editable stuff, and so on. And then people would be able to make a level based on whatever nodes that they want to put, for example, inside of here. It would then, in the game, it would then save it as a pack file, and then the users could open that up and then edit as they want to. So a majority of this level editor doesn't actually work anymore, but there is a new, pull it up, it's called level loader, and this loads the level. And there's some, and for security purposes, I can't have shaders on user created maps because shaders uh, can point to things that I can't allow. And then another thing that it can't allow is scripts. So I would have a ball that the user would be able to interact with that is a dummy ball. Doesn't actually do anything besides have its position. So then I would load the actual ball once the game loads, and then that actual ball would replace the dummy ball that I had. The actual ball, including all of the children things assigned to it. If there is something like a boost pad, for instance, which eventually I will be doing, just not right now, the boost pad could have, it would have the script in the client. I could then read the parameter only, save it, delete the entire node, but like save the parameter and like the location, rotation, size, scale, all that fun stuff, and then put it into the actual then make an instance of the boost pad, throw it in the actual game. So that way you have a boost pad that works, but you don't trust the user that they didn't change the script. It's the correct script, so I just have a script that just goes through, clears all the scripts out. And then some other things that don't even need to be on the SDK, like countdown. I think that's mainly it. Or ASCII, maybe ASCII will, be allowed to be in the game, and, you just have something that allows them to change it, but otherwise this is pretty much everything. Now the scene loader wouldn't be available for people to view, but the SDK would, and I can eventually open that up. People would have to use the version of Godot that I'm using just to make sure that there's no weird things with how the scenes are created and stuff like that. But it shouldn't be too bad to make a level. You can import your own assets, stuff like that. Now, to actually play it in the game is going to be a separate thing, but at least for right now, you're able to do that. So, let me play it so you can see what it is. So this is like a level 7 that I chunked out a majority of the stuff. And then it places the ball. It doesn't place a victory zone yet. So every time I click play Marble Quest, it'll load up that scene. This is a default. I have not placed anything. As you can see, the camera's a little bit messed up because of where the camera placement is, so that would be fixed. After the fact, you have the ball moving around. This is my actual level 7 ghost, because it knows that it's level 7. You can see that there's no ending platform there. The moving platform doesn't work because that's another thing that moves along with the script, so I had to kill that, sadly. So people wouldn't be able to use moving platforms currently to edit, but maybe eventually I would allow that to happen also, which would be interesting. Although moving platforms have some bugs with them, so maybe I don't want moving platforms. They're just kind of like difficult to work with the resetting part, otherwise they're fine. But anyway, so I can just like move around in this level, and the level loads the exact same way, and like I said before, the only thing that doesn't work is the boost pad. So I can almost get up here. I think I actually can. Let me try again. Oh, that was a bad jump. Almost able to jump again. Once I could jump again up there, then I know I'd be set. That was a better jump. There we go. So technically you can get up there without the boost pad. The only issue is that I don't think you can... Oh wait, there's a chance that you could... I think jumping from here is going to be better than going from there. Oh, and there's the death plane. The death plane's pretty high. The death plane also has to be added in by hand. or the script itself, but then all the children collision boxes could be used. So that's that. This is the real level 7. So you can see that it's very close. You can see there's no gems, so all the gems weren't there. No master gems either. The little GIF is there though. Or the little, not GIF, the little meme is there. And then going over here, we got the finish, which isn't there, but I would just need to put all of that stuff in the game. And then the moving platform doesn't actually move back and forth, but I could potentially get that to be able to be moved back and forth as needed. So what I want to work on is saving the positions of the ball. So luckily, this is part of a global group called ball. So I can do one of two things. I can loop through all of the objects in the game. If it finds a ball, it will grab all of its position data and then place it correctly into the world. So I'll probably do that. And then for each individual other piece, so then it can loop through gems. Now, there's a loaded gems group, which is a really weird name, but everything that's in a loaded gems group would then be able to be looped through. Does this also have loaded gems group? This is loaded gems group and mastery gems. So I would just loop through loaded gems group. If in mastery gem, hey, that's the mastery gem. If it's not, then it's not. The other way that I could do this is having the just going by name. So checking, okay, in a scene, depending on how I have it set up, which should be relatively easy for people, is okay, there's a scene here. It has just like the level editor, stuff that users can edit, stuff that users, shouldn't edit because they can't. They can edit it fine and, but nothing will change in the game. And then, so like, for example, the directional light, that's not going to change in the game. Pretty much. They won't really have any access to that. But the world environment, they would, because the world environment is the lighting. How it goes from blue up top, and then it gets to this other color, greenish kind of color at the bottom. So that is what I would do there. And then having these nodes here, these nodes are kind of nice because they act, anything that's a child of the node uses global positioning and global rotation. So I could just grab the rotation and position and just chuck it into the actual settings that I'm trying to do for the game. So I think I'm going to, for this level editor, make a new scene, and this will be a level editor scene. So let me, actually I can just use duplicate the level editor itself and then make an old version, new version. So duplicate, this will be old level editor. And then we got the regular level editor. So then in here, I can delete all of this stuff. I can make change type to a node 3D. It can be level editor. Or just level. This allows me to transform. So maybe I want it actually as a to make scene root this. This thing with the scripts I no longer need. And then we can go over some so requirements. Requirements would be like the ball, would be other things. So what I can do is I can drag in a ball. Drag in the ball dot tscn. And then what I can do is make local delete a majority of this stuff. Delete all that. Oh, there's no shape. Let me leave the shape in. Ooh, I could leave the camera rig in just so that way people can see it. I would detach script for these two. Delete the pause menu. I would detach script for this. Delete the forecheck. Delete death camera. Dialogue. Free cam doesn't need to be there. Camera manager doesn't. Control overlay does not. And none of those are have that. Now I can delete this too. They won't. I don't use directional light. So I just have a collision shape, a camera rig, a ball camera, a binded skin. So then when I look into the 3D view of the game, I get this. So then you can see where the camera would be and its angle relative to everything. Hey Wolf, how you doing? Joining in on YouTube today. Nice. Cool. You're probably freezing. You gotta get some like hot chocolate or something. um, nice. That's good. That's good. Okay. Yeah, the YouTube's nicer, especially that you can rewind, go to the past a little bit, fast forward, see everything that was worked on, stuff like that. Um, Tim's French vanilla. I've never had that one before. It sounds nice. Okay, so for the ball, that's now implemented. And then people would be able to change the position and rotation. Nothing else on the ball would be allowed to be changed. People can see some other stuff like gravity scale and all that stuff, but they won't be able to actually do anything related to it. Oh, nice. Yeah, hopefully you enjoy some of the taste with them. Because I have no clue how the stuff tastes. And hopefully got a different flavor too, depending on what flavors you'd like. Sometimes the chocolate stuff is pretty good, sometimes it isn't. Okay, so then the world environment, this is not gonna have a script, so I'll detach that. Everything just shouldn't have a script. So then the ball is done. The next thing that I would need to do is mastery gems. I mean, so this is the thing, right? They're chocked so full of macros that they probably taste pretty decent. They're so like it's like having, really crappy food at McDonald's, you know what I mean? Obviously it doesn't have, some of the stuff, but the only thing that could taste bad is the too much protein in them. At least I think. All right, Mastery Gem 1, Mastery Gem 2, Mastery Gem 3. I probably want some of this stuff in a specific spot. Maybe in requirements, I have a new child node that is called gems. And then it chucks these three things in there. Wherever I put the stuff, I need to remember exactly where it is, because if someone moves it, then it would say, oh, there's not 3 mastery gems, invalid level. Oh, there's not this, invalid level. Okay, so then I can detach all the scripts. I can, looks like I can't make local all 3, so I have to do it one by one. Make local. Delete. Look at all this old code here. Signal, disconnect all. Oops, I got to make local first. Wait, did I delete the... I can delete the sound effect. Yeah, I deleted the coin collectible backup thing. Okay. And then also disconnect all of that. I screwed up this. Let me fix that. Transform. Is it just going to be 1? Nope. What is this shape? 4-1. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing well. I just started, so not too much progress, but we're getting there. Okay, that's fixed. And then make local. Delete. I don't even know why this thing is here. Doesn't make sense. This is just a regular node. Going 3D node version 2. Doesn't get linked to anything, doesn't do anything, I don't know. Back from the old days when we first started, disconnect all. Okay, so those are the 3 gems. They work, and I can close off the gems if I'm not working on gems. Another thing I guess that I need to do also is not just gems, but the other gems. So I could do add child node, a node, and this is, do I want to do that? Probably not. Okay. Gem. Then we got the blue gem. Yeah, this thing literally does nothing. This is in both of them. That's funny. Okay. Let me add some. Let me just run the game in the background so that there's some music. Not having music is pretty bad, to be honest. Oh, let's start this.
One, go.
Okay. That's something that funny that happened was I was playing the level and I last night doing the level editor, and then I was stupid enough to allow myself to save a time, so I saved a 1 frame time on the level. And it actually saved, which is great. Okay, so blue gem. Mastery Gem 1, 2, and 3 technically aren't named correctly, but it's too late now. All the scenes have them named that way. It's fine now. Okay, so make local, detach the body connection, detach the script, glitch chip I'll keep the visual, delete the rest. Pop this in here. People can then copy the blue gem. So I can then have nodes. I can then loop through everything in gems. You know, find mastery gem 1, 2, 3, and then the blue gems I can specifically just find by loaded gem group and not have mastery gems as the group, which will be pretty good. And people can place as many blue gems as they want. So that's gems. Got the ball, got gems, victory zone. I'll make gems up at the top like that. Okay, so then victory zone, this is going to be made local. Detach the script. Detach the signal. Okay. And then Collision shape, I need mesh. I don't need marker 3D. I don't need panel. I don't need mini leaderboard or leaderboard. This node I do need, but I will unmake it local. I'll make it local, I mean. I got the spike pull, detach the script for this, and the star. Okay, that's added. So victory zone is done. What's next on the list? I go to level loader. Countdown I don't need because countdown's gonna be the same everywhere. Camera cutscene I'm gonna want. There's a lot of different things that I have to do. Okay, so then that's that. Camera cutscene is done. There's a lot of different types of nodes that I'm gonna have to do for this to get working. And I hope that it works out pretty well. So camera cutscene, I might just end up putting some things down for if they need parameters. That's done. Gems, level timer, I don't need. Death zone. Death zone used to not even be a scene. Detach. Actually undo. Make local first, then I can detach. And disconnect. Okay, Death Zone's in there. I wonder if I could make... Oh yeah, I could do that. Okay, so ball's done, done, don't need, done, 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 done. Don't need for now, but potentially could add in the future. I don't think this actually would do anything for any of the user levels for now. And then level timer. Still won't do anything in this. It's done. Okay. Save that. And then directional light and world environment. Let me just double check on the level real quick. Going to be interesting if I add in all of the things. Right now I think it'll be best if I just do the very basic. So I don't have a I don't have all of the rotating platforms, I don't have the moving platforms, I don't have the magnet blocks, all of those specialty blocks I don't have, you know, none of this stuff. I would just allow for right this second to get the minimum viable kind of build. Having just this platform here, being able to place blocks like this, having the ending platform, placing the gems around, duplicating as many gems as you want. As long as it's in the right folder, it'll use them. Stuff like that. Okay, so in the level editor, I can create my mesh instance. Let's make it nice and wide. Cool. It can have a material override, so that way the color is a little bit darker, so it looks nice. And this would be an example of a level. Oh, this needs to be in requirements. Okay. Is even editable word? Probably not. I probably made up that word. Editable. No, editable is a word. Cool. That's nice. Okay, so that's all done. Requirements, which is all this stuff. And then you have the other. To be honest, I don't even need to have the ball global group and some of the other global groups. I'll just do. Because technically I would just find this by name. And I would say, okay, on Death Zone, you can create as many collision shapes as a child of Death Zone as you want. For camera cutscene, you only get this curve and the, I guess I should make unique real quick on the curve. You can change this curve to whatever you want, so change all these points, change everything. This you can't change, but then in the 3D, you'd be able to change this, the rotation of the starting camera. So like, if you looked at the camera here and you wanted to rotate like this to have the camera start like this, and that's how it's looking, it's a weird angle, then you could do that. Okay. So now since I got all of these things in here, I then need to open up my other version of Godot. And in my other Godot, I will... It's the Marble Quest SDK. Although this is like a bunch of garbage in here, so it's going to be... it's going to be a little bit weird of how it works, but I'll be able to get it working. And then basically I just want to load in this into the game. So eventually this whole level editing system and all of the stuff that I want to include will be in a separate place in my SDK. I also could put, so the ball scene and a lot of these scenes don't need to have a TSCN file, but the gems, not the master gems, but the blue gems should. That way people can just drag them up easier. And as long as they place them under the gems folder, then it works. Or I can make it to where you don't have to place it under the gems folder, and you can place it anywhere, and maybe that would be better. Because I can loop through every single node and see, oh, if it's in this group, then this must be what it is. Okay, so here's this. Level editor save. I need to do level editor and then open in file manager. And then copy that file. And then I need to go into the other game. And then go to open in file manager, paste it in. So now it's here. Now if I open this up, it's not gonna like the stylized GD shader, but that's fine. I can just point it to the correct GD shader. If I know where it is. That's under skyboxes. The change of ghost is in here. I didn't think I had change ghost. Ball? That's under ball, and that would be... Oh, I have wire mesh on. Oh, I gotta turn this off. I put it on by mistake, I think. Hopefully not. Okay. So this is the nice thing. I don't need basically anything else besides my GD shader. That's the only requirement for all of this. Everything else is technically already in the game. Besides the wall, which I'm a little bit confused by, but I'll take it. So there's like a couple of the actual like objects, like this object, for instance. That is not there, but it works out pretty good. To be honest, I could change these to where it doesn't have a collision shape at all. It's just the thing itself. Maybe I should do that. Maybe this coin collectible backup should just be that, and it's not going to be the area 3D. But maybe I want people to be able to see exactly where the collision shape is, so that way they can see, yeah, it's ever so slightly off in a couple points. Some of them are better than others, it looks like. This one's just garbage. Okay, so if I go to export current scene to map directory, that's going to export it to new levels here. So now it is this is the PCK file. So then I just need to open this PCK file on the actual game. So if I copy this, I go to the games directory. And then I need to pop it in correctly. Let's see. Level editor. So I don't. Guess I can pop it in there. So now it's in the level editor in levels. And it's popped in. So then I can go to the actual game, go to scripts, go to level loader, tell it, okay, it's not actually this level that I want. It's something called level editor, PCK. And then the scene path is where this was saved to. So I need and this was just in the scene path was in levels, and this was level editor. So what should happen is it should populate stuff. Let me just comment out the add nodes. So it won't actually add those nodes in besides adding a ball instance. Because I don't really want it to add anything else for right now. Eventually all this stuff's going to be added, but I just want to see if it works. So then if we run the game, let's see if that works pretty good. Okay, shipment from type search. Okay, so I need to change. This is assuming that this level is, well, I guess I could do that. I could just change type to be a node 3D, save. Here, change type node 3D. It just didn't want it to be a different type of node, which makes sense. Save, export this one. Then I go to my new levels, copy this, I replace the file in the other one, and then I rerun this. Let me try it again. I don't think I can look around. Oh, did I not make it solid? Was that my bad? Level editor. Yeah, I did make it solid. Let me go to mesh, create, child, single, create. That's done. And then move down like there, so that way 0, 0, it'll work correctly. Save it here. And then I have to do the same thing in the other one. Create, single, child, create. Okay, so this has now a collision shape, save. I could actually put this to save in my other, in a different directory. Let's do that actually. Because it's technically surfs up that I'm using this from. Set maps directory. So then what's my directory path? This. Select current folder. So that's the directory path. So now whenever I export again, I can then go here and play it. And then it should update. Now eventually I'm not going to have it point to this and it'll point somewhere else, but okay, camera controls are not working. Pause menu does work. It's interesting. It's also interesting that the ball above me is there. That means I'm missing something with the controls. I know that project settings does have that. None of that matters. Is it missing? Ah, it's missing that I can actually run myself. That I can actually physically move around. Doesn't have the countdown. Okay, let's just add all the nodes in now. Yes, it won't have victory zone, so then it won't have pressing R to restart. Let's see if it does it.
1, go.
Yeah. But none of these are collectible. Although I can collide with this. Which is cool. So then...
1, go.
Oh, does it say that I hit... Is it doing my other ball? Interesting.
Go.
Yeah, I didn't understand that, but otherwise everything worked out pretty good. Oh, I know why, because death hammer, if I jump like up here. No? Is it over here? The death zone I know is was like not in the right spot. It's so great that it's actually working. So much progress compared to what yesterday was, which was a nightmare. Okay, so then after this I can exit to desktop. Oh, and you can also see the really big stars, those really big shooting stars. I need to then change the skybox. So I can oh wait, I don't have a directional light technically. I'll need to make a directional light scene and a world environment scene. Okay, so then ball instance. It's a requirement and it's a ball. So let me turn the music back on. Keep on closing it by mistake. Okay. So the ball instance, how does my ball actually work currently? It grabs my real position, right? Yeah. I have not played any high tail yet. I've seen people play it though. I'm not yet It seems okay. I feel like I give it a little bit more time with some of the mods, and then I'll enjoy it more. But it does look like it's pretty fun. Yeah, I'm not but yeah. Let's see here. Oh, give me 1 second. That's weird. Look. I just gotta get used to banning. There we go. It's gone. Alright, back to work. So, for the movement of this, I need to specifically... Sure. Although, how do I mod? That's a good question. Oops. And pull up the Twitch, pull up you. I can block you, that's not what I want to do. Oh, I can just do a command. Cool. I think I can do the same thing on the other one, right? I thought I could. Okay, should be on both now. Yo, watch out. There you go. Now be careful. I can take that away from you. You gotta be careful. It's hilarious that I can see both of the streams at once. You're just like going back and forth between your two tabs. Okay, alright, that's all done. I used to have a lot of other mods. I guess I can take away the old mods that used to be my old YouTube mods. Back in the day. But yeah. Okay. Spanky, how you doing? I'm making the SDK. Do you want to see my progress? It's a slow work in progress, but it's working. So I have the SDK already. This is an example level editor. And then I exported it into the game. Currently, I just have it manually import. I don't have any like cool stream stuff. Oh, thanks for following. Yeah, so this is just an example. So you have like your marble, the 3 mastery gems, a regular gem that you could copy paste a billion times, the finishing platform, an example platform that you can use, although it could literally be anything. And then whatever else I need. I'm getting rid of some of the bugs right now. And all of this doesn't even have any scenes. The only thing that I'd maybe make a scene for is the gems. And then I might make all of these even easier. So instead of having the actual collision box, because you don't really need to see that, you'll never be able to edit it anyway, I can then just, okay, here's the collision shape, just chuck it on top. And then as long as you put it inside the gems folder, the mastery gems, it'll just grab it. If you put a mastery gem somewhere else, then you can do elsewhere. That way there's less nodes, so that way this thing doesn't expand. Because you don't need to see the... If you can't edit something, there's no point in seeing it. The only thing that I would show would be the finishing platform, so you can visually see exactly where each of the corners are, in case that was required for you for whatever reason. But otherwise, that's pretty good. So anyway, right now, if I'm in the editor, I can then play Marble Quest. It pops me into a scene like this.
1, go.
And then I made myself fly into the air. So this is an example ball. Interesting that you can hit this. I landed on top of it and it like threw through the map the last time. Yeah, I'm gonna set the gem as a scene, so that way you could copy paste it. But to be honest, you could just copy paste the one that's already there. Now these gems don't work right now because I have to. So the script on them doesn't. I haven't attached it yet, but on the actual Godot, I know this is code and stuff. But let me pop in here, the level loader. Basically, I load in all of the assets that need to be removed or need to be re-added, and then I pop in, so like the Mastery Gem 1. I'll delete the Mastery Gem 1 here, this one, because there's no script attached to it, but I'll still grab all of the transforms, so the position, basically, for Mastery Gems. And then I'd grab it, I'd delete this one, put this one in as a replacement. And then do the same thing with everything else. So, yeah, the SDK is going to be great. So then I can do that for a lot of things. For example, the background, right? If you don't like this color background, I am hopeful for some of the colors and stuff like that, or like more dynamic items, that I can just grab the parameters from the script, then delete the script, then replace the object, and then put the parameters back in the object for actual script things. So like a moving platform. If I wanted to make moving platforms allowed, then I could then chuck it in. Whatever, any script thing, I would then be able to, okay, here's parameters, you can edit those only. Everything else, you can't edit. And then I would just make like a little script that would be attached. But yeah. So I don't know fully about all the script ideas, but that's just like some things in the future. But at least for right now, just getting the things that basically don't require scripts, or that are really easy to implement. So like a ball, the mastery gems, a regular gem, the finish, the death zone, which is below us. You can barely see a blue line in the distance. And regular platforms are already in the game. They're already working perfectly. Yeah. And then you can make tons of level ideas with just that. Import your own base blocks. I can then throw in, oh, if you want you know, if you want these like a certain set of blocks, like, you know, certain sizes or stuff like that, just as like default that comes with the editor, then I can do that too. But otherwise, that's this so far. And also the camera cutscene is another thing. So you'd be able to pick how your camera cutscene looks, what the path is, and stuff like that. Right now it's just going to be default, but eventually you'd be able to change all of that stuff. So basically you would have as much capability as we do besides adding new features. Moving platforms though, rotating platforms, don't expect that to be in there because there are some small bugs with it, and I don't want to make too many levels with that type of thing. But with the regular things, we can do a lot of stuff with that. Basically, it's just the resetting problem. I haven't gotten a solid way to reset it 100% at the exact position every single time. There's like slight bugs with it right now where sometimes it won't reset to its starting position, and then people could get way faster times than otherwise they should. Alright, going back to this, I needed to search for the ball. So the ball is going to be in requirements, so I could just go into the new scene instance before I add the ball. Yeah, there's so much stuff that you could do without scripts. And then the main thing after that, after I get this all tested, is to how do you actually edit it in the game itself? Do I want a command line? Do I want, you know, something else? But this is way better than the last stream that I did, which was 3+ hours, and all I got was the camera moving, and I couldn't even select on an object. Only I could select on an object if it had a collision box. So this is just going to be a lot easier. I can see definitely why Mark made it like that. Okay, so for this, now the scene, I can't add the child yet. I need to grab the ball first. So it'd be requirements ball. This would be var old ball equals get node or null. Not ball instance, I want main scene instance. Oops. Yeah, it's definitely all progress. Okay. So then if the old ball does not equal null, then I can save the parameters. So in the ball, I want to save what its rotation is and its position. I don't need anything else, because I don't want people to be able to change gravity and all that fun stuff. But maybe eventually in the future to do that. Also in the future having, I feel bad copying everything of Mark's, but maybe I could implement something else in the future of some other scripts that allow generation of a lot of different materials into the game. Technically, you could just copy paste Mark's scripts that he has with those creating blocks and stuff. That should be nice. And I can also change them to add some more features and then give them to him just as like paying back, I guess. Because technically it's all open source, so, you know, it's not like I'm asking him to do any of that stuff. It just feels bad taking it and then marking it as my own. But I would definitely put in, like, thanks, you know, for that. Yeah, Mark definitely is huge MVP these last, what, 2 weeks now since I've known him? Has it only been 2 weeks? Feels like it's been 5. Yeah, so we'll decide on how we want to do it and what he would like to. You know, routing to Surfs Up is definitely something that we need to have. I got the images, and whether that we use those images for the balls that Surfs Up logos, or we just have the logo display if you're hovered, if you're like selecting that marble, we could do that. Yeah, yeah, it feels like a long time, which is just goes to show how like amazing the community and everybody is. Just like everyone's so chill, just hanging out, cheering for each other, making the games, playing the games, making levels, all the fun stuff. Alright, old ball is not equal null, then I want to, how do I want to save this stuff? Guess I can just do it as that. Hmm. How do I want to do this information? So I kind of want to... kind of need to pop it here. Well, I don't need to add the nodes yet. I need a function. I should just do a function to just to get the old node data. It's probably going to be useful. And do I want another await process frame? So that way I can kill off all the old nodes and get the new ones. And this can be var old node data equals this. So I can make a dictionary. That way when I create it, I can just say, oh, if the node has ball, then, also put that. Otherwise, put an error saying can't find the ball. So that way the user knows, okay, we're adding a ball into the game. It's going to be added on 000 with the 000 rotation. And you'll just have to live with that. So then I wouldn't need this. And this is going to be old node data. So I create the variable so that way I can get the ball. Then I ask if it's not equal to null. And then I can put that it's going to be the ball. And then it's going to be equal to, and then I can put position. And then that's going to be the old ball dot position. And then I can have a rotation. That seems pretty good. Okay, the next is going to be Victory Zone. So Victory Zone goes there. Pop it in here. And then for Victory Zone, I also only need the only need that, and then this will just be Victory Zone. I just need position and rotation. Okay. And the next one is going to be countdown instance. I don't need camera cutscene instance. This one's going to need a couple more things. So it'll need a position, it will need rotation, it's going to need path, to be honest, I might just hold the node here. And then just delete this every time. Because I don't need to reuse this, so I might as well just reuse the original. That way I don't have a mistake where I copy something differently. Okay. That's cool. Thor's checking out the stream apparently. Nice. Let's see, so then camera cutscene, path. So then with the path, I'm going to want to... The path is just here. It's really the curve. It's not the path. It's a curve. Then I want to drag it over here. So that's the actual curve, but I don't want that. I want what the old node dot curve is. I'm gonna have to look some of this stuff up. Curve. Okay. Then, so the curve will have all the points. Then I want to duplicate that because I want to have it to be its own curve ID. I don't want it to have it copy any other curve ID in the game to screw stuff up. I don't care about any of the other stuff. The other thing that I need is in the camera 3D. I would then need a rotation. So I can define the rotation for now. Okay. Let's see. Position, rotation, curve. And then this will be camera. No, I don't want camera position, I want camera rotation. Then camera rotation is going to be, it's just going to be a vector 3 for right now, dot 0. And then what I can do is change that up. Do I want it like this? Might make it a little bit easier to read. So it's more lines. That way I can see it better in stream. When I actually program, when the text is all really small and it's on my 4K screen, you know, it's a little bit easier, but to make it easier for you guys to read, especially if you're on your phone, then I make it bigger like this. Okay, so that is this, and then I can do var camera equals, and then it's going to be old node, and I'm going to chuck in this, and it'll be these two at the end, pop that in, close, and then if camera does not equal null, I can then put in that it is camera cutscene. And then choose. I understand that this is capitalized and this is lowercase. Do I want to fix that? Because this is the node name, and then these are all the attributes. So the node name can be uppercase, and all the attributes can be lowercase. I guess. Though it looks really awful when I have them side by side like this. Okay, and then that will equal camera dot rotation. So that way I'll save the rotation of the camera itself. I don't need anything else saved with the camera. Okay, what's next after camera cutscene? Camera cutscene was a big one. After camera cutscene, there's death zone. So death zone's interesting because I technically need to grab all of the collision shapes, destroy death zone, and then replace them all. Or I just attach it to here, but I'm wondering if I want to. Just attach the script. So death zone. Death zone here, position, rotation. Sweet. That was super cool. I'll have to watch it later. It's I think he streams on YouTube also. I think he dual streams, so I'll be able to watch the whole thing. Can you? No, it should be on YouTube. So that way you don't have to worry about getting the clip. Just give me the time stamp of when it is. I don't need the clip itself. Just the timestamp should be good enough. Because that's where I used to watch the streams, was all on YouTube. And just pop it into the our Discord chat, and then that'll be then I can watch it after I stream. Well, 5 minutes. All right, so you want me to look it up then? Because okay, 10:30. 10 hours and 30 minutes in, or 10 minutes and 30. 10 hours and 30 minutes in. Jeez, OP. Okay. All right, that's that. I'll look at it later. Because I'd want to listen to the everything that he says and stuff. Let's see. Ba. Old node. Death zone. Positions that I want. So Death Zone's gonna be here, but I want. I guess I'd want position rotation of the main node, and then also oops. Then collision shapes. Do I want that? Yeah, I think I will end up wanting that. Just because then I can replace Death Zone. Oh, but how am I gonna... Because this is gonna be the actual shape itself. This is what makes it hard with some of these things, because I have to duplicate them. Let's... Also later, Wolf, I'll probably have to do that update to Steam too. Probably want to get that done today. Maybe in 2-3 hours when the stream ends. Then I have to debate if I'm going to the store after this stream too. Or if I'm gonna hold out another until Monday night. If I could. So then, old node, good children. I could do that. Then I need to filter it. Oh, what was my filter again? There's a way I could filter. Oh, let me just Google it or AI it real quick. Godot, get children with filter, with collision shape. Is there other types of collision shapes? There's collision polygon, which I guess I could also include. Because I definitely need to loop through all of them because I have to make them unique. So that's why I need to save them here. Whoops. I just deleted all of that. Darn it. Oh wait, no, I had it here. I thought I clicked close. I just clicked minus. I don't need to get all of them. I would just get the child, and then I would grab the collision shape itself, and then grab their I guess I would want to actually make a loop. Yeah. Let me do that instead. Let me go back to level editor. A level loader. So I just want it to be like this. And then I would say old node dot get children, and this would be for C in for child in children. And thanks everybody for tuning into the stream. Appreciate it. Let's see. Force child in old node get children. Then all I need to do is do if is that is? Yeah, if a child is something. If is, and then it's collision shape 3D. Then I would need to get the shape itself. So C dot shape. I would have to do this, I have to do that. Collision shapes. And then dot append, and then make another dictionary. So it'll be an array of dictionaries inside of already 2 dictionaries deep. Because this one then needs to say what the shape is. So I would have I would just append. Actually, let's just make it on the next line. Shape. C.shape dot duplicate. I would need position. C dot position. And then I would need rotation. C dot rotation. Is that all I need? Then should I have it disabled or should I just have them always enabled? Always enabled should be fine. So I get the shape, I duplicate the shape so that way it's not copied anywhere. Get the position, get the rotation, and then that would be it for every single of these, or if C is a, instead of collision shape, it would be collision polygon. Because it could be either one. And let me just make a new child node collision polygon just to confirm. Okay, so the polygon's different. So I would need to save it differently. Thinks that I have to write this twice in a way, but it's fine. So then this would be a polygon. I wouldn't need shape. Instead, this would be the polygon. And then this would also be polygon. It looks like I don't need to duplicate this because there is no like copy and stuff. I can just copy the path, but I can't physically copy it. So I would take all of that information. Okay, let's just delete this before I forget. Okay, so then that's getting all of that. So then the death zone is done. What's next? These two are not needed. So it is just the blue mastery, the blue gems and the mastery gems are left. So let's do that next. It goes easy, easy, harder, more, or not harder, just more complicated. And then let's get back to easier. So this one's going to be interesting because I will need to loop through the gems to see what they are, but so I will need to loop through, so I would get then this is not old. I guess it's an old node. Does not equal null for. Let's just do the for C and children. So then this is going to get all the children. So it's going to get all the master gems and the blue gems. So then I will need to determine from that what is what. So if C dot what is it in group? Gotta look that up. Godot is in group. What is that? So it just is in group. Okay. Okay, so if it's in group, and then these signal is mastery gems. Oops, don't want to click that by mistake. If it's in group mastery gems, then I want to add it to mastery gems. Otherwise, if it is in the loaded gems group, then it's a blue gem. Mastery gems are both. Loaded gems group is just the gems. So let me pop that in here. So then this should be mastery gems. So I don't need to get rotation of these. I just need the position. Because a mastery gem in the game itself, slow down a little bit, just has a position. Let me double check to see if there's anything else I need. No. It's going to rotate on its axis anyway, so there's no point in having that change. Now, I can't just say, oh, blue gems is this, and mastery gems is this, because there's going to be multiple of them. Mastery gems is going to be up to 3. Now, the question is do I do it by name? Or do I have it by just what's the order, top down? Because I could technically do both. I think I'm just going to do top down. So as long as you keep mastery gems 1 above 2 above 3, then that'll be the order how it is in the game itself. I'm not going to care too much, I guess, about the naming of this, because someone could change the name by mistake. Having the order would just be better. So I guess here I would need to put mastery gems equals an array and blue gems will be an array. So then all I have to do is do dot append, and then I'm going to say is in group and mastery gems dot size is less than 3, because if this is more than 3 mastery gems, I don't want to include any more mastery gems. Make sure to write a doc about how something will work. People will understand it. Yes, definitely I'll have to write a doc. I will literally look through all of this stuff and say, these are the things you can edit. Bleh. And then put in some other things of like what stuff you can't edit and other things. That's a good idea. And I'll make it maybe some markdown format or something to make it easy to read on the GitHub itself. Just make like a public GitHub and throw that on there. That's what Mark does, I believe. And that's probably the easiest way to host it anyway. Okay, so mastery gems dot size is less than 3, then add it. Else if, else if group. If it's a group and there's going to be an issue. If someone has more mastery gems, I don't want to convert their 4th mastery gem into a blue gem. Then is not. So it's a gem, but it's not a mastery gem. This one, it's a mastery gem, and there's not more than 3. Then append, just the position. So I'll do the same thing here. I'll append just the position. And the nice thing is about dictionaries is I can throw in, if I eventually in the future need another type of field, I can then just throw it in. And it'll be very easy to include versus some other type of format. Although it's not perfect, this probably isn't the best, definitely it's not the best way to do this, but it's just the way that I know how. But there is a thought. I could just have Mastery Gem 1, 2, and 3 just be named like this. Because I already do it named with ball. It'd be weird if I do the other ones. I'm actually going to do that. Yeah, I'm not going to loop it. I'm going to just loop the gems. The mastery gems are not going to be looped. The mastery gems are just going to be found one by one. That way, it just goes by name. Someone might screw up this order. That's probably the better idea to do. Okay, so I already have old node. Let me pop this like that. Oh wait, I just do it like this. Boom. That. And then if it's not null, I would then say if MG1 I'll just put Master Gem 1. Yeah, that way I don't have to do is group. The only one that would be is group is that one. And if MG1 does not equal null, instead of append, this is just going to be 0 will equal MG1.position. And this will just be a vector 3.0. So that way there's always going to be a position for these. Let's actually do it like this instead. That way I can have them be slightly offset from each other. Just be random. Like that. Then this will be all data node master gems equals position M1 position. Okay. And this is a var. So then I do the same thing for master gem 2, master gem 2, master gem 2, master gem 2. And this one's 3, 3, 3, and 3. And this is going to be 1, then 2. Because I'm definitely not going to have more than one master gem. Okay, so master gems are done. Now it's just time to load them in. So I have all the data now. So after I have the data of the node, I can then delete it. Okay, that's done. That one's done. Don't know why someone would have that in there, but I can just put that here. Actually, I wouldn't need to do that. I would just need to queue free the entire thing. I don't need to queue free each individual child. Do I want to queue free the entire gems folder? This also needs to be C. I'll just queue free everything that everything that has a that I grabbed. For now. Now I have to add everything. So to add everything, so all of the ball instances are gone, so technically everything will be named correctly now. Or they should at least be gone. So then I won't need to do this. I would then just ball instantiate and then use the old node data. So the ball itself has a rotation and a position. I'll just copy those two things. Okay. There's position. And let's get rotation on here. And then this is under ball. Yes, under ball capitalized. And then I just need to do ball instance dot position equals this. Ball instance dot rotation equals that. Now, I forget if I need to have the ball, because of how I have the ball and the camera and everything set up, as soon as I instantiate, it will It might do some weird things. But we'll try this for now. If it doesn't end up working, then I can edit, change it up later. I might need to wait a frame before I actually move things around. Okay, so the victory zone instance is here. And let me just copy exactly what victory zone is. And that was just the same thing. Position, rotation. Cool. That one's done too. Countdown instance, I just need to add camera cutscene. That's the next one. Camera cutscene instance. So this is going to need, I'll just copy all this stuff. It's going to need all of that. So first off, it's camera cutscene, so it's position, rotation, the curve, and the camera rotation. Okay, that'll be that. I know I'm going to do this twice, but whatever. There's that. Okay, so that has all of those. That's a super long line. I could have just made it equal to, well, actually, yeah, let's just do that. Bar, camera cutscene instance camera. Yes, it's a little bit long of a node name, but that will shorten up the line so I can almost see it just as is. A little bit better. Okay. And then I don't have to get it twice. That's done like that. Blue gem instance. So I'm gonna have to do a I can now instantiate all of these. Although yeah, this I don't I can instantiate them and I'll get the blue gems and it'll affect my save slightly, but who cares? My goal is to get it to work. And I'm not going to spawn 15,000 blue gems. I was debating on whether I should have the blue gems actually spawn in or hold off on them. Master gems are fine because I already have all the master gems in the game, so it can't give me anything that I don't already have, unless I name my map something weird. Then Death Zone. Death Zone is the next thing that I actually have to do. So in Death Zone's a big one. I don't actually have There's a chance in the future that if I need to add nodes, I make each one of these its own function. Okay, let's do the easy things first. So there's position, copy, paste, rotation. Make sure this is rotation 2. And then the next thing that I'm going to need to do is have the rotation, collision shape. Then I have to make an actual collision shape from code. If, okay, so I want to do if collision shapes dot size is greater than 0. Oh shoot, wait, does all of these things require all of these things require the death camera to be active. They test to see if there's null, and if the null is null, then it doesn't even do any of these. Oh my, that's a potential bug. Let me go back and fix these old ones. Okay, so it was here. So I want to say if this exists, let me look that up real quick. Godot if the dictionary has key. Okay, it's just has. Or I could do the in. Probably learning to use in is going to be better than has. Just because this also works in Python too. Python uses the in. I keep confusing Python and this language because they're so close together. Okay, so if ball in this, then I can do all this stuff. If victory zone in this, then do this. If camera cutscene in here, then do this. And, because then this is the other one, right? Because this, no, the camera rotation is always going to be existing if the main one exists, so I don't actually have to do that. Never mind. Just delete that back. And I might have to make this slightly more optimized too because of because like the curve, for instance, I'm assuming that if something is named like this, that it's the actual thing that I want. But there's a chance that that's not the case. And actually, you know, this camera cutscene doesn't have a position because it's, you know, just a regular node, and this regular node doesn't have a position. So then I would have to do all those checks too. And if it doesn't have a position, then what's the position it should be? Let me write some of this down. So I have stats menu. Yeah, this is going to be my level editor. Or did I already have an SDK somewhere? Nope. SDK. Make a doc. I need to keep on going over this more, but at least that's like that. Okay. Now, I at least check to see if it's in here. Okay, so then I checked that. That works fine. I need to check this to see if Death Zone is in here. If so, I'll just do all these over. Can I just Godot, you free all children? Can I just queue free everybody? Is there like a command for that or no? No. I can just copy this then. So I want to queue free everything. Then I want to grab the rotation and position. Then I need to check to see, oh wait, this is where I should check to see if the size is greater than 0, because if it is, then I should queue free them all. Then after I determine the size, then I need to actually loop through them all. So I would do something similar to this, but it would be in that. And this is just an array, right? Yeah, it's just an array. So then for each of these, I need to create something out of nothing. So it would be if C dot, or not C dot, it would be C type equals a collision shape 3D. Now, do I need Godot create collision shape 3D encode? Do I have to load a scene? I hope I don't have to. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I'd rather not. I don't. Sweet. And then it's just the shape. And then that would just be the sphere. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's the shape itself. So I do collision shape dot shape. Um, why does this say old node? I feel like this collision thing is gonna be so wrong. I can go back up here, death zone. Okay, so the old node is the death zone itself. Then I need to loop through all the children. And then it's all the children's information. Oh, it's because I was looking at this stuff. So these two things are done. I'm already doing that, so it'd be just C, C position would be the position. And then I don't need type. Shape is shape. Oh, actually, let me just make position and rotation always the first two. Okay. Then I did that, and then I need to add the child. Which is not going to be a rigid body 3D, it's just going to add the child to the old node. So then I would just say add child. I should probably add child here. Add child, collision shape. Because if it's not added child, then the position's going to be all wonky. And then I can copy this, paste, else if it's a polygon. The only real thing different is going to be, instead of a shape, it's going to be polygon instead. And then this would be collision. polygon. And then it gets all that stuff. Geez, so many if statements inside of each other. It's pretty bad looking, but it's pretty, it works. Okay, then the blue gem. So blue gems are another thing that is up here. Blue gems are just a script. So I can copy that and then just put them in as needed. So for this, I do not need to instantiate a blue gem unless it physically exists. So then for every one in here, I'll add the child, and then I also need to do this dot position equals C dot position. Wait, it's not C dot position. It'll be this type of position. I probably typed that in wrong. Well, actually, I think dot works in dictionaries too. But doing this will force me to remember that I know that it's a dictionary versus a actual node itself. So then that loops through all of those things. Then for mastery gems, I'll just grab one of them. Yeah, 'cause this one will just go through. Wait, I also need a if blue gems in the data. Because I have dig, yeah, it's probably not going to work otherwise. Did I have this? Yes, that's in, if in, if in, if in. Although I basically know for sure that it's going to be in because I specifically write it in like that. But it's okay. Alright, dot position will equal actually not too bad. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and that's 2. Now, the moment of truth that everything goes wrong. Because I should have just not grinded through all of these at once and did it partially. Just going to be running the thing and seeing what breaks. Woo! Don't tell me that nothing broke.
1, go.
Ah! Okay, so you can get the gems. And you can see that my actual gem count went up. And then the finish, I know, no longer finishes. But you get the time. It saves it locally for you. Which I can then change.
1, go.
And everything loads back up. Now I just gotta get the world to look correctly. Also, the thing on the left, that is from the world leaderboards. This thing is actually working. What the heck? And all of the stuff works besides just thing on the left. No way. Wow, okay. And it even saves my time too, because this is level 0, you can't finish the developer level, so that was me just grabbing all the gems. I don't know exactly how I'm going to save stuff locally, if I'm going to just do it by name, and just compare the name to make sure it's not an actual, like, called level and then numbers. If, like, the first 5 letters are not level, then it would work. And I have to write some extra code, but otherwise, this thing technically works, and it's going to compare my time to the last time right now. Because it's only doing local right now, it's not doing actual global times. But I can't give this out yet, because if you do the non-editor version of the game, it would then destroy the leaderboards. But it would only destroy it for level 0. I would have to basically whitelist the names that I do want to use. So before, the server was just like... or yes, I guess blacklist from saving, you know, confirm that. Also, maybe there's a flag saying, oh, you loaded the level, and if so, then don't save anything. Don't load anything, disable all this stuff. But then in the future, because the goal for right now is not having anybody to be able to just create a level, throw it on, and then the leaderboard's just automatically accepting that, because people could make levels that are the same name and then it all gets screwed up. It would have to be added by us. With Change Ghost, you can see all of this is here. None of these buttons are selectable.
Go.
This was so much easier. Jeez, oh Pete, I can't believe that I was trying to make an actual in-game level editor when this thing just existed. Just having Godot do all the heavy lifting for me is just so much better. Alright. So, what's interesting about this is if I reloaded, like if I did a change, currently in Surf's Up you can hot fix your change. So you can just keep the game loaded and do a hot fix. I cannot do that, sadly, right now. Right now I have to close the game, reopen the game, and then load the level again. If I want an update. Even if I added like commands and stuff, because of how this works. But eventually I will learn the safe way to check the file system. Or do I even need to check the file system? Because if I'm going to disable all scripts, if I'm going to disable all the other stuff, the only thing that it would need is a scene for the gems. Then the only other thing that it needs is that. Okay, let me look up. I had a Godot thing. That's specifically for opening CK files. Where did that go? Is it on here by chance? Probably not. Nope, none of those. I swore that I chucked it in here. It allowed me to open the PCK file so I could see exactly what is being stored on there. Oh, I think I found it. Here we go. Let me pull back up the chat. Okay, and then let me pull up the level and this. So it does use. Where does it use this? Change ghost TSC. Oh, is this the Yeah, so I need to specifically go through these and make sure that every single one of these icons is saved correctly. Look at all these objects. Because right now it's under the marble demo. And then if I move stuff around, it could also change things too. So this is the actual level. And then the .godot is just the imported meshes, I guess. Although these are the actual OBJ files. And then it loads the shaders, but because I need the shaders, but technically it's going to strip the shaders off afterwards. And then if I was going to try to extract it, this is how somebody can extract the files for you. So they get this PCK file, they can open it with the in the project recovery, and then you can say, oh, you know, testing. There's also a plugin, I believe, that allows you to navigate this to see, okay, what files are on here? Where are they located? Are they allowed to be there? Like, if someone made a level and called it level, 001 and put it in where the levels are supposed to go in the game itself, I can't have that. Because then people could actively play the level. It's a lot of weird things with that. So let me try making something. Let me try fixing the world. The world thing. So this is the SDK. So right now the world doesn't look correct with the the world environment. So the world environment is under requirements. So if I find world environment, then I could tell it, okay, I want to grab, this is going to be where the grabbing of parameters starts. It's going to actually start in world environment. Grab the colors. So I don't care about the background color and energy multiplier and all that stuff. All I care about is this, not the ambient light. It's sky. It's under sky. Then under the shader. So I'm specifically looking all the way here. And then finding, okay, you know, do I want cloud samples? You know, how many? Is there... Oh, that's interesting. No wonder why we don't have clouds in the game. It's interesting. Cloud. The ones that are not oh, this is just like super high clouds. Interesting. I've never actually touched this part of the code before. This was all Wolf that helped make this. And the black dots I don't really like. Just why are those yellow is the only problem. It's interesting. Okay, let's go back to... There's no see-through for the cloud light. High clouds. Is it density? Yeah, density 0. That's how I made it go away. Okay, so the lights themselves, like these little shooting star things, as they, you know, shoot around. If I move around my camera, you can see them shooting. That is in here also, but I need to delete the world environment and place my own world environment. So let me start doing that now. So if I go into here, I need to first make a world environment. So let me grab it from, what's one that actually has a good world environment that's not blotted out? Let's grab level 1. say branch is seen. This is going to be under the sky. And this will be a capital W, capital E, world environment. And then the same thing with directional light. Although the directional light could be completely customizable by people, because it doesn't have anything, yeah, actually, directional light can just be as is. Just world environment, because it has to add a script. Okay, so if I go to level loader, sky world environment, okay, so then I need get the old data. Mm. I need, okay, so world environment. I need to specifically grab that. Which should be there. So in the get old node data, So for the world environment itself, I have two options, I guess. I could create an instance of it, attach the things that need to be attached, and then remove it, or do the opposite and by the way, does the get old node data? Hmm. I probably want to get the old node data first. I want to get it super early. Because then after I get the old node data, then I can kill off all the scripts and kill off all the shaders. Yeah, that'll be fine. So then I gotta edit the sky again in code, or grab the sky data. So world environment is right here. And it can just be the default sky. So then this is going to be sky top color. And this is going to go like... How did I change this before? I think I did it in the world environment script itself. Okay, so that was all the things. So that is the environment itself. Let me just confirm world environment. It's extending the world environment node. So literally it's actually environment in the environment node. Okay. So that is that. Go back to loader. So I can just do this. I don't need the sky material. And then this is top color. So this is going to be old node dot. Okay. So now all of those are like that. Anything else that I want to have changed? I don't think so. You just get to pick your color. You don't get to pick anything else. Okay, then when I add the nodes, world environment instance, world environment instance. Oh, also I need to kill off the old node. Queue free that. SOP world environment instance environment sky material get this is gonna be set. Let me go back to the world environment and then back to loader. So this is how I set it, and it's just the color top, or top color in this case, and then comma, then this with more square parentheses and or square brackets, this. Sun bottom color and sun scatter. And this is sky bot color. And then this is sky. Why did I call it mid color? I should call it sky. Sun scatter should be what it is. Then I can delete the other two. Attaching scripts, I don't need to attach, and I can delete this. And then I can put if if this exists, then do this. Otherwise, just do the default. So now what should happen is it should grab the colors, because the original colors are going to be purple. Oh. What happened here? It's invalid string and null operators plus. Oh, because level name doesn't exist yet. Because it loads it in before level name. Level loader. I should probably remove the stuff before it physically instantiates. What's happening now? What did I change? The level name doesn't exist. Oh, is it because I actually have a ghost in now? And it's like, wait a second. I bet if I delete the ghost, it wouldn't appear. Let me double check. Open up level stats. If I make this back to 0, if I refresh, guessing that's the reason why this isn't working. Nope, it's still not working. So it's all based on where I have all of these things running. All the scripts are removed already, so this doesn't make sense. Instantiating. Why is this not working now? I saved it. Change ghost is under what? Change ghost is under the pause and the victory zone. Somehow one of those two things is starting. But before I did that, maybe if I load scene is loaded. Remember that? I can do git. I doubt that's going to do anything though. But we shall try. Shall try anyway. Nope. Okay, so after already, which is just a ready function that is called deferred, it does this, and this is under... Basically, the problem is that I need to... Is the script attaching in the correct spot? That was something that I also changed. When is the script attaching? Set script. Maybe it's not actually attaching in the... Maybe I want it attached before it adds the child. Yeah.
1, go.
I don't need this stupid pause thing. Let's go again. There we go. Now it's actually paused correctly.
1, go.
And it has the sky correct too. With the colors, and you can see the shooting stars are now correct also. It is pretty bright. And you can still get the gems. Ooh. Okay, it's getting better. Also something interesting, I can show it here, I guess. when you finish the time, the only issue is that it also saves in level stats, which I need to remove. I need to make a like custom level stats or something, or just not have it at all. But in your ghosts, there's a level editor JSON now. So it'll save it in the actual, what the actual name of the file is, which is great because this one's called level editor. The problem is that it won't it still saves it in the other, so I just have to stop that. So like if it's not a level blah blah, then don't save. And so on. But for right now, because there's no numbers here, it's okay. Once there is numbers, then it'll be an issue. Or maybe I just don't have it save a time or in a ghost at all. The victory zone could just put a kaputs on all of that. It just displays the time and then hides most of the other things. That'd probably be the best idea. Let's see. Been streaming for about 3 hours now, which is pretty good. Probably need to stop sometime soon to make some food. Let me try to stop the victory zone from saving to the file. So let's go to victory zone. On okay, so right here, if do I have a level of current level int? How am I going to do this to stop alternative? Oh, well, I could do that. Yeah, just have if there's no do not save times. And then in the loader, I can then just put in the adding nodes to the victory zone. I can then put victory zone instance dot do not save times equals true. And then that would fix this issue. And I can run the game, and then I should see. It plays the intro.
Go.
It's not supposed to show this. Let me... Ghosts. Did an update here.
1. Go.
Yeah. Okay. So if I end up deleting this, and then I go into the here again and put that to be 0, and then
1.
restart.
Go.
Oh well, that would also help if I didn't edit while I was having the game running, but if I do that, I believe it will work.
One. Go.
Okay, I'm gonna
1.
restart.
Go.
But why is the timer showing? That is under this still. It's not under apply settings. Get start time, nope. Also, in the secret, yeah, having the do not save is going to be very useful because I can use it in any experimental levels where I just show the levels in game. It's like, okay, this is experimental, like on the side of the screen, I can put, level times will not save or whatever. Which will be useful to have. Okay. Where's Victory Zone? Okay, so Victory Zone does have the panels. The main thing is this mini. So do not save times. This should really be custom level. Then it won't show either of those two things. It can show afterwards, but it's not gonna matter. Okay, so then I need in the level loader in the victory zone. It is custom level. Now, will this fix people from cheating? No, it will not fix people from cheating, but it will tell me when people do the wrong level. So that way I can actually play. Let's test it again.
1, go.
Now I gotta test some of the other stuff out too. It's like moving the camera around.
1, go.
And it has the developer medal and everything, but it doesn't actually show any of that stuff. I could just have it not show up, which is probably gonna be best. So if I go to victory zones, and then this is going to be on entered. Then I can hide. I can hide all of those three things. Let's continue testing all the things that I need to hide from the game so that way it doesn't look awful, doesn't look insanely experimental. Why is this thing on the left still there?
1, go.
Well, the thing on the right's gone. This needs to go. So where are you? You are... Let's put this back real quick. Wait. Actually, I could just do... Anything else I need to hide? Nope. Change ghost I could hide, but then I'd have to reset the buttons. And the nice thing is I don't have to reset it back because as soon as I do that, it would be fixed. Okay. Nice. Thing on the left still shows, which I don't like, but...
1, go.
Okay, that's gone. Well, that already turns them off there. How do I do the setters again? Godot setter. Okay, so that is done.
1, go.
That's now gone. Perfect. Is it? Soon it'll update as soon as it goes. And now this just displays the time. Now the big question is if I change in the level editor here, this lighting's different. I think it's the color intensity. And the energy multiplier. Is the energy multiplier from what I copied wrong? Level editor, let's move this all the way over here. Delete this, delete that, delete, delete. want to compare it with that. I want to compare it with the actual world environment. Ah, that's the problem. Wait, not world environment, Trez. Perfect. Oh, I have to change the... I have to make unique on that too. That's why it looks so blown out, because it was a 1. Code and level loader. Dot environment equals itself dot. I want to say duplicate true is a deep copy. Let's look it up. Godot deep copy. Environment. Modify, not affect the original. Okay, cool. So that's all I need to do there. And it's integer multiplier 55, which the level editor itself already has. So then when I rerun the game. Also, let's change this to be a different color, just so that I can test out the colors too. So this sky shader, not clouds, color. Make it a red. Make the sun scatter in a purplish. Look, that looks kind of cool. Saved. Go into the actual game. Run. See what happens with that. And it has the pink. Woo! Frickin'.
1, go.
And then it gets you a time. Yes, it won't do any of the other stuff, but that's fine because we don't want it to save. We don't want it to do anything. Displaying the time, showing the gems. Oh, mastery gems. I gotta do mastery gems too. I'm gonna have to do mastery gems. Hold up. And also regular gems should not be able to be collected, technically. You can collect them, but they shouldn't do anything. So the same thing like the other one where I put in victory zone. That's like victory zone instance. This also needs to be put for blue gems. And this needs to get put for each one of each one of those. So that way it knows that it's a custom level and to not give them out. But you can still collect them. So then in Mastery Gems, level loader real quick. Grab that. Alright, Mastery Gems. And then all I have to do is on body entered if it's the ball. Um, Earthbow Gems. And then also, I guess, on the this will be on Victory Zone itself. I shouldn't display the text of how many gems that I got. Because technically I'm not capturing any of that data anymore. Unless I still can. But no, okay. So level 7, Victory Zone. Okay, so both of these two. Toggle menu leaderboards has right here. I think if I do like this and I do 3 of them, so now you got his time, other time. Should work. Yeah, all we need to know is the time to know how long levels would be. Yes. Sorry I read that so late. It's hard to keep focusing on looking to the right,
Go.
but I will get used to it. So even if I get a gem, it's just not going to display it anymore. It's only going to display the time, and it looks so bad by itself now. That's it. Eventually, this time can be changed up a little bit to have like a background and stuff to make it easier to see. But for right now, it's going to be like that.
1. Go. 1. Go. 1. Go. 1. Go. 1. Go.
1.616 is the fastest time on this. Okay. And then you can still go to level select, and then you can still go to a level and actually play it. To be honest, this is almost ready to test. This is the one. No, this is the editor. Loader. The only main thing that I need to have in the game is to get is to just give out the stuff. So let me write down a list of things that I need to do. That would probably be a decent idea. So I can go here. So I need to go through the nodes and confirm that they have a position rotation, etc. Because technically you could name a node something and it not be correct, and then it errors out. Make a doc explaining things. Finish. Delete all the extra stuff in the SDK. Figure out where level files should go. Add a console to Marble Quest. Allow. Yeah, it's gonna be great once I can give this tool to people. People can make their own levels, and there's a lot of stuff still to do to give it to other people. It seems like, so sadly this isn't fully done. But I knew it was gonna probably take 1 to 2 weeks. But technically, if I could just give you the this project that I'm working on with all of the crap that's also in it, there's like so much garbage in this thing. Still says like surfs up SDK, doesn't even have the file directory correct. Then you could just like drag it into the right spot, and you'd have to manually edit stuff. Then it would work. Okay. Alright, let's go back to this. It is getting very, very close for sure. Yeah, you can manually put the file in the folder. The problem is like, okay, how he loads it, right? It's like, okay, what folder do I want them to put it, for you to be able to put it in? Right now, the folder is a folder you can't access. I have to make it the app data folder, where all the levels should go, and things like that. Because right now it's in the actual resources folder of the game, so only I can access it if I'm in like the Godot window in the editor. Okay, add a Cancel the marble quest. Change the default location of back file, save in the SDK. Allow a majority of these things I have to get done before you'd be able to use it, Spanky. But some of the items I wouldn't need to do. Like, I wouldn't need to make a doc. I could just explain the stuff to you, and you could be working on it and breaking stuff as I do things. Going through the nodes to confirm if they have position rotation, that's just going to crash the game. It's not the end of the world, so you could just go through that. It's the deleting all the extra stuff. I would probably want it done, but it doesn't have to be. It's these other things. Allow player to pick file location of the scene, or of the So, question, do you want to yeah, and I could just do a oh, here's a link to a clip of me explaining, super fast of these 3 things that you need to know, depending on if we're awake at the same time. So the question is, do you want to be able to have a file browser open? So like this opens up, not exactly the Windows version, but it opens up. You can then select what your pack file is, and then it closes. Or would you rather have a command and a command prompt open instead, and then you physically type in just the name? The name might be easier, I guess, to have constantly. To have like the constant like repeat tries versus picking a from the file browser. But then I would have to do the commands, which the commands wouldn't be too awful. The only problem with all the commands, though, is that I have to... What's easier, so you don't care? Yeah, I could have it also automatically open to this menu inside of the level editor, so it would just automatically open to here anyway, as the default location. So then you could just pick which one you wanted, versus having to spell the name correctly. Oh, did I put in here? Doing the name would be similar to surf's up, so it'd be easy to do for you. Yeah, it's like, yes, it's comfortable for you, but is it comfortable for majority of the people? Or is it easier just to grab the file from anywhere on your computer and it doesn't have to specifically be in one specific folder? It could literally be anywhere on your computer that you're grabbing it from. In case you don't like saving it in your app data folder, you'd rather save it somewhere else, like in your downloads folder. You just drag it from there. But then if you do the constant reloading of the same thing, then I guess it would just open up the log. You'd like either type in a command or something, it would open that up, and then you would just click the button again because it would just autofill to the last opened object. Hey Kyoshi, how you doing? And people can make their own folder. Yeah. Although the Godot file browser looks a little bit bad, but... It's more requests have a command that opens the menu. Yeah, you're a little bored. There's so much you could do. Right now I'm doing an SDK for Marble Quest, so basically people could make their own levels. I can just run quickly through it since I'm sort of wrapping up right now. So this is not the game. This would be an environment that you could download and edit to majority to your heart's content. You could place these wherever you want. You could make as many platforms, different styles of platforms, whatever, as you want. I'm gonna have to loop through. Okay, that's a good idea. Loop through all path nodes and make their code. Make their codes. The curve duplicate. What's other things that I need to do? It's a path. What other things need to be duplicated? I guess the mess instance themselves. Loop through all mesh instance 3Ds to move. You don't have anything left right now for me to design. I mean, there's a lot of things to design. The problem is if I have you design something too good, then the rest of it looks like hot garbage. So anyway, so this is the level. You can change the colors of the sky. You can move positions, rotations around of the marbles. Ooh, wait. I could do rotation of gems, because what if someone wants the gem to be rotated like this? No, I want to keep it straight up and down. They can move the camera. So if the camera, instead of going straight forward like this, they could have the camera, you know, look to the side constantly like this. You don't think so? But anyway, so then you could just click this button that would export it, and then in the actual game scene, I can then run the game, and it will actually run that scene, even though this is not in the game. So, and it picks up the gems. Yes, it makes a sound and stuff, but doesn't do anything. You can finish. It doesn't save the time or anything like that. But people can make their own custom levels. And then if I wanted to add it into my own game, I can do that myself too. Which is pretty nice. And then the goal would be to be able to add as much stuff that I can add in the game, and you'd be able to add to it. And I'm just making a list of all the things that I have to do. So go through all the message 3Ds to make duplicate. This is gonna be all of them. And not this. The other level loader. I'd have to loop through every single collision shape. Also, I can see what the game looks like. So we have requirements. Gems is empty, just the directional light is in here. And then the user editable. Yeah, it's not finding the resource file. It's not finding the standard material for that. But anyway, then this has the static body, so then this works. Why does it not like the ball? It's kind of weird. I'll have to sort it out. Apparently some of my script with the loading might not be fully loading stuff correctly. Although it should be working because it's grabbing the ball scene from itself anyway. But I can double check that afterwards. Actually, I can just do that right. Ball scene. Three. Doesn't. What? Oh, it still has it in plugins and trackball even though it's no longer. I mean, that's still there. And then the plugins folder. Still has trackball camera. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that, there's definitely some cool tools here with some of the UI things. You can definitely make your own custom images of stuff. I added the Discord icon. I have, we have the slash thing where it's like skewed slightly. Made the back buttons and stuff. This menu though just needs to be changed up in how it looks from my standpoint to make it look better. And then also a design of the stats menu to get it something similar to this. And then somewhere on the side or on the top, we'd have the buttons for selecting a specific level. So this would be like overall, you know, stats, and then you have level specific stats that you could go through. Which is pretty nice. Okay, I think my brain is slowly. I mean, so you don't need to worry about in the Godot UI tools to make the structure. It's just I'm just deciding. You know, if you want to do it, you can. You don't have to. Of something similar to this, where you have a percentage complete at the top. You'd make the mockups in Figma. Okay. Um, and then you would have, you know, some sort of categories that would be relatively easy, um, which, to be honest, could look something similar to this anyway. And then just like, where does the buttons go for the level? Is that just on the left-hand side, or what specifically to get you, you know, to that? Do I want to have two columns? Do I want to have one? Do I want the buttons at the top, buttons at the side? There's going to be a scroll bar. The scroll bar is going to look relatively crappy, but the scroll bar looks, yeah, that's interesting. Goes off the edge here. Oh, this is the old way. I need to fix that. I put that as a bug too. Bug. Bugs. Change Ghost doesn't have when blank still tries to show hours. That's why it's not supposed to show the hours part, so 3 things less than it would work.
One.
So this would be in settings. So this would be the scroll bar. Yes, it looks a little bit crappy, but it works out pretty good. It also works with the mouse and the keyboard and controller. Although it doesn't scroll all the way up. Ooh, that's a good idea. Reset controls, when you go up on reset controls, it should scroll all the way up for you. Another bug. Okay. Alright. More things for me to fix, which is always fun. This is, I think, the best part that I've done to make this thing look a little bit better, of just having the different like free cam options and stuff like that. Anti-aliasing now. Then in the gameplay, being able to do stuff. Yeah, this definitely is better, keeping the stuff organized. So imagine these categories will eventually be here with a scroll bar. And the scroll bar, I had to take a while to actually get the scroll bar because it was going off on the very side over here. It was like the bottom was there and the top was up here. But now, so getting the same categories here, because people are like, you know, somebody was saying, oh, you should make an option to hide the ghost, you know, usernames. And I'm just like, oh, but it's right here. But you can't see that because it's a wall of text and no one wants to read this. But if I had stuff related to camera options, and that would have all the stuff at the top, and then, you know, related to ghosts or related to HUD, you know, or just miscellaneous, I guess it could be. It would do just as good of a job, and I basically wouldn't have to do any other like programming stuff. It would just work. I just drag in the same width thing here and just decide, okay, am I going to have it in the middle? Am I going to have it just offset so many pixels from the left? Or what exactly I'm going to do? Or maybe everything else is now shifted over to the left, but the main categories are on the right. Because this one's really wide, so it makes it easy to have it in the middle, but then the other ones here don't. So it's just kind of like designing, but relatively simple, so I don't have to redo everything of that stuff. These buttons still, they're okay, but they're not perfect by any means. These scroll bars are fine. But like eventually in the far future, potentially changing that stuff up to match the aesthetic of everything else. The scroll bar I don't think looks that bad. It's these buttons here when it's selected and stuff. I don't think looks super good. It could be a checkbox or whatever. Also. And the sad thing is I can't make these bigger. These are the max size that I can make them, so luckily they ended up working out pretty good. On the Change Ghost, these buttons, those little checkboxes, that's as big as they go. So having an actual image of all of those, I could then make the box a lot bigger. But then I have to reorganize the entire thing to make, okay, I gotta fit everything a little bit wider. But just a lot of small little things to make stuff look a little bit neater, but I don't have to have that. But it would look nice to do like little small things. Okay, well that has been about 4 hours and 5 minutes or so. I'm going to hop off, get some food, and I'll probably be working on the game some more, but not on stream. Anyway, I appreciate everybody who's been tuning in to the stream over the weekend since I started on Friday, doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday stream. I do not know exactly what my schedule is going to be. Some weekdays I might end up streaming weeknights. After I get done with work, and if I have a lot of energy where I can really focus down, I don't have anything else I need to do, I can do some stuff. Otherwise, I want to at least get a weekend stream, whether that's Saturday or Sunday, similar time as start today, probably around noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, somewhere around there. Maybe both days. I will keep you guys all updated in the Discord. So feel free to just open up the Discord and check in the live streaming channel. I just posted there, so I'll keep you guys all updated in the live streaming channel, so you can put the notifications on here if you want to see me streaming. Eventually I'll get a Discord bot that will do it automatically for me, so I don't have to specifically put that in there. And also anybody streaming on Twitch of Marble Quest, it would definitely be really cool to have their names also pop up. I don't think I can do it for YouTube, but I can try and see if that ends up working. But anyway, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and I will see you next time.